Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. Today we're underwater because I felt like taking a swim. So, uh, hope you're all doing well. Um, for me it's been like, well, eh, not the busiest week ever, but like a week of change. So like daylight savings time changing, and now uh starting up Ultima 7 for the first time. So, uh, it'll be interesting. Haven't played any of the Ultima 7 games. Apparently there's two. Like it's like part 1, part 2. I still don't know why they're both called Ultima 7. Why it's not like Ultima like uh, 7 and 8. So, yeah. It's a bit weird to me. Um, but they probably have their reason for that. But anyway, apparently it is going to be a fairly long Ultima game. I'm not sure if that's like for like both of them combined or like anyway, like a Wikipedia article about like either like one or the other, or like there's also an expansion. There was something mentioned about there being like 200 hours of game time. I'm guessing that's for both of them combined. I don't fully get it. Anyway, it might be the longest Ultima game I've played yet, but like, I, I don't know. I don't know. Because I've also seen way less game time on like the How Long to Beat website. So, yeah. It could last us the rest of the year, but it also might not. And like, yeah, I just don't know. So we'll see. Um, but yeah, it's like, the first one is called Black Gate. Um, the second one is called Serpent Isle. And then there's also the Forge of Virtue expansion, I think. I don't know if the other one also has an expansion. Yeah. Either way. Oh yeah, the other one also has an expansion, seemingly. The Silver Seed. So, uh, so that's two games called Ultima 7 that also have an expansion each. I don't know. So, I don't fully get it, but maybe I will learn to, understand why this game is two parts with two expansions. Because, like, based on the previous game, yeah. I guess the main quest is going to be way bigger, or there's going to be lots and lots of side quests, or something. So, yeah. The game art on the boxes, eh, fine. On the GOG cover art, it is very difficult to read, but that's also because the font is like the line thickness is well, they didn't pick the right one for displaying it at that size. I mean, if you have a full game box, then you might be able to read it properly, but yeah. The Serpent Isle one you can kind of read, but it like the Zork 1 game also has a very silly font situation on the GOG cover art view thing. So, yeah. I'd say Zork 1 is possibly even a worse offender. Like, it's just supposed to say the Great Underground Empire, but I can barely read it. So, there are definitely games that are, well, they didn't really optimize for only seeing the game box in like a thumbnail type size. So, yeah. Not sure why they didn't think of that, because like if you're looking through like a game magazine or something, they might print pictures of it. So, there it would be nice to see the cover properly, but maybe they just didn't want to think about that. But yeah. Yeah, I've seen like plenty of like game magazine type things that show the cover art of games. Like just like a picture of what the game box looks like, and I'm pretty sure that was already a thing in 92, but what do I know? I wasn't designing game boxes back then. But what I'm going to be doing is playing Ultima 7. Also, this one has voice acting? Question mark, question mark? We'll see.
Avatar! Know that Britannia has entered into a new age of enlightenment. Know that the time has finally come for the one true Lord of Britannia to take his place at the head of his people. Under my guidance, Britannia will flourish, and all of the people shall rejoice and pay homage to their new guardian. Know that you too shall kneel before me, Avatar. You too will soon acknowledge my authority, for I shall be your companion, your provider, and your master.
Something is obviously amiss. It has been a long time since your last journey to Britannia. The mystical orb something something, it has opened a gateway to Britannia in the past. Behind your house lies the Circle of Stones. Why is the Moon Gate already there? You have but one path, yeah. Moon Gate. The text speed is silly. I hope the game audio levels are okay. Since it does have voice acting, it's gonna be a bit more difficult to balance things out. So, do let me know. Yeah, the introduction is quite something. I'm still not entirely sure what is going on, but that red face guy, like, is he a gargoyle? Is he, like, I don't know. So, start a new game. I get to choose my gender of blonde. Which blonde do I want to be? Guess I'll go for her. Okay. I wonder if it's going to be relevant for the main protagonist to, like, like, are people going to start referencing the protagonist's hair? Because, like, they have a lot more in common than the character portraits that you could choose from in the previous game. So, I just wonder. Yeah, I know, very complex. Yeah, it's nothing else. Alright. There. 'Tis horrible. No, it's shocking. Who could have done it? I know not. He had no enemies. Poor man. What is to be done? I know not. A rather large familiar man looks up and sees you. Oh boy, the dialogue speed in this one. The shock that is evident from his dumbfounded expression quickly evolves into delight. He smiles broadly. Also the font. Oh boy. Spidey. If I did not trust the infallibility of my own eyes, I would not believe it. Yeah, the font is quite something. I was just thinking to myself, if only the Avatar were here. Then, lo and behold, who says that magic is dying? Here is living proof that it is not. Do you realize, Spidey, that it has been 200 Britannian years since we last met? Why, you have not aged at all. Who is this person? Who's, like, I guess like 300 years old or something? Ah, YOLO. YOLO winks conspiratorially. Okay, so YOLO has been aging surprisingly well. He whispers, due no doubt to the difference in the structure of time in our original homeland and that of Britannia. Wait. I was pretty sure YOLO was from this dimension. I thought it was just Lord British and the Avatar that came from the other one. Whatever. Guess he's from over there too. Now it's our original homeland. Like, I was pretty sure that, like, previously Lord British mentioned that the only two people who ever came through the portal were, like... Yeah. Yellow's from Earth, Shamino's not. Okay. I feel like that hasn't been established before. Lord British being from Earth was established, but... whatever. He resumes speaking aloud. I have aged a little, as you can see, but of course I have stayed here in Britannia all this time. Oh, but Avatar, wait until I tell the others. They will be happy to see you. Welcome to Trenzek. Are the others all still alive as well? The distraught peasant interrupts YOLO. Show her the stables, my lord. 'Tis horrible. He doesn't really look distraught, he looks kinda mischievous. YOLO nods, his joy fading quickly as he is reminded of the reason he was standing here in the first place. Ah, yes. A friend Peter here discovered something truly ghastly this morning. Take a look inside the stables. I shall accompany you. Okay. All is not right in Britannia. Perhaps Lord British will know the reason behind this tremor. Oh, this was an earthquake. Okay. See, a middle-aged nobleman who has bumped into us, kind of. YOLO, who is the stranger? Why, this is the Avatar! YOLO proudly proclaims. Can you believe it? May I introduce you? This is Finnegan, the town mayor. This is Spidey, The Avatar. I simply can't believe she's here. Maya looks you up and down, not sure if he believes YOLO or not. He looks at YOLO skeptically. I mean, based on his seeming age, he probably hasn't heard much of the Avatar. Like, maybe like a myth passed down from generation to generation. I swear to you, this is the Avatar. Maya looks at you again, as if he were studying every pore on your face. Finally, he smiles. Welcome, Avatar. But just as suddenly, Finnegan's face becomes stern. A horrible murder has occurred. If you are truly the Avatar, perhaps you can help us solve it. I would feel better if you took this matter into your hands. We've only just met. You shall be handsomely rewarded if you discover the name of the killer. Do you accept? Yes? Peter here knows something about all of this. The peasant interjects. I discovered poor Christopher and the gargoyle Inamo early this morning. It continues. Have you searched the stables? No. I suggest you look inside and talk to me again. Okay. We've only just arrived. How can I save? How can I do anything? I don't know. Okay. Arrow keys for walking. Okay. Good to... What is going on in here? Okay. Victim. There's a key. Victim. I don't know how to interact with stuff. I feel like I should maybe read the manual. And there's the gargoyle. And there's the bloody footsteps. Also, I seem to have very muscular legs. Okay. So they just kind of disappear over there. Okay, how do I do anything? Inventory? Ah, inventory. I don't know what this means. So many buttons. Or, well, so many options. Leather armor. What is this? Is this a save system? This is a save system. Speech. On and off. Sound effects on and off. Music on and off. Good. Okay. No, I don't want to quit to DOS. I just... Let me out of this menu. There. Okay. Backpack. There. Okay. I've got a cloth map. Whatever this is. 3 lockpicks. A torch. 10 gold coins. A cup. A bottle. An apple. And bread. Okay. Oh, that was a torch, right. It kind of looks like a wand of some sort, so... Wasn't quite sure. What is this? I have no clue. Guess these are my boots. And this is a dagger. So, yeah, we're just wearing leather at the moment. Strength 18, Dexterity 18, Intelligence 18, Combat 14, Magic 10, Hits 18, Mana 10, Experience 200, Level 3, Training 3. Okay. Don't know what that is. Okay. So... is that paint? Or just a bucket of blood? Ah! Okay. I'm very much just trying to get used to the controls. A rake. I think that's a shovel. Wait, what did I do? Key. I'm trying to pick up the key. Okay, so if I hold the right mouse button, I can move with my mouse cursor? Interesting. How did I manage to pick up the bucket? Do I no longer have any room in my inventory? Oh, I'm just carrying the bucket now. Can I just drop it again? Okay. Ah. There. I put the key in my backpack? Yes. Okay. Guess that worked. But I'm figuring it out. Slowly, but still. So that is gold. Which I will take. Okay. These are torches, which I will take. This is bread, which I will take. Okay. Can I put the bag in here? Okay, now I'm carrying the bag in my hand. Can I wear 2 backpacks? No. Okay. Ah. I also get access to his stuff. Focus, bolts, cup, bottle, bread, beef, and gold. Okay. So what is that thing? Gargoyle jewelry. Guess I'll leave that. Okay, the key seems like it might be important. Who is this? Stop. You see a distraught peasant. Are you really the Avatar? Yes. Peter bows before you. Milady. Great. So this is the dialogue system, I guess. What is your... I guess... name? Let's start with name. Oh, right, Peter. Fair enough. I kind of already knew that. Why did I ask after already knowing the answer? Who knows? So, we are in... well, Ultima 7. Part 1. Talking... well, we are intrinsic. Talking to Peter. There. At some point I'm gonna need a new eraser. This one... like, you know the thing that happens when you have an eraser for a couple of years and it starts just smudging? This eraser is doing that. Intrinsic. There. Now I can actually see better that I am intrinsic. And I am talking to Peter. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting to that point at the moment. It's not fully there yet, but it's getting there, sadly. So. Oh, Peter written the other way. I misspelled his name. How dare I? Yeah, that too. But this one is, at this point, just getting to the point where it smudges more than it used to. But yeah, when they basically turn into a rock of smudges and nothing else. Yeah. It's just not very nice. So, I'll ask about his job. Stables caretaker. Guess I'll note that down. There. I mean, if there is another Sherry, then... well. But if there isn't, then maybe Ultima 6 is just going to be my favorite game of all time, because, well, you get to have a mouse as part of your party. But yeah, maybe this one, there will be similar stuff. Who knows? So, I feel like I should be asking questions like this, because, like, I am, like, doing a murder investigation, and, like, who people are, and, like, how they know the people who got murdered seems relevant. Oh, thank you for the gift sub! So, I've discovered poor Christopher and Inamo earlier this morning. Did not touch a thing. Made me sick, it did. Okay. So, I think Christopher is the human and Inamo is the gargoyle. For Christopher... and Inamo this morning. Yeah, at this point I'm still like trying to figure out what I'm actually doing in this one. Is the main quest figuring out this murder? Who knows? And I didn't. That is not how you spell didn't. Didn't touch anything. Apparently my brain is refusing to, like, comprehend English spelling today. So. Talking horse? Did I find a talking horse? I can't remember. Maybe. Not entirely sure. So... I'll ask about the footprints. They lead to the back, yes? They must be the tracks of the murderer. Okay. I guess I'll not note that down. Other than, well, the footprints aren't his, is what he says. Because, I mean, are they really the tracks of the murderer? Who knows? They just kind of disappear, so... His eyes widen a bit more. Or murderers! Yeah. Let's ask about Christopher. Nice man. He made the shoes for my horses. Okay. Christopher made horseshoes. Anything else? No? Okay. I'll also add that he was nice. And let's ask about Anamo. He worked for very little money, did basic chores around the stables and the pub. I let him sleep in the little back room. Okay. Did basic chores. And slept in the back room. Okay. Must have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Stables. I've worked here for years. I can sell you a nice horse and carriage if you want one. The animal and the carriage are located in a small shelter just outside the north gate of town. Right now, the place gives me the creeps. His eyes are wild with fright. Okay. Ask about the carriage? Horse and carriage combination sells for 60 gold. Do you want a title? Not right now. Some other time then. Sure. Okay. Enlightening conversation. So... Can I, like, learn anything? So, how did saving work again? Yes, my friend. I guess I'll ask him about the murder. Ugly, is it not? From what I've heard, neither Christopher nor Inamo deserved such grisly a death. You should certainly ask everyone in town about it. Okay. Christopher... do not know him. Inamo... never spoke with him. It's truly a shame. There are not many gargoyles living amongst the humans. This will only discourage the practice even more. Gargoyles? Since you were last in Britannia, the gargoyles have begun to integrate with the humans. Most of them live on Sutek's old island, which was renamed Turfin. However, you may see one here and there throughout the land. Okay, let's ask about Trinsic. The town has changed little, has it not? Everyone seems a little defensive, though. When we ran into each other, I was passing through and had stopped to visit my friend Finnegan. Okay. Yeah, these don't really seem like things I should be taking notes on, so not doing that. But maybe something about Finnegan. We'll see. Finnegan is a good man. The mayor of Trinsic, he is. I've known him for years. Okay. Defensive? I think it best for you to speak with them yourself. There have been many changes since you last visited. I think you'll feel at times a bit, well, old-fashioned. What? How would I feel old-fashioned? I mean, his name is YOLO, so I don't need to ask. Job? Right now, it's adventuring with that most courageous of all legendary heroes, the Avatar. Who's the Avatar? Well, there's no doubt you are the Avatar. You may have some trouble convincing those who do not know your face. Of course, you should be safe around my friends. Or your friends. Okay. Right, trouble? Well, after all, you've been gone for 200 years. Most of those who would recognize you are long gone. Sorry to be blunt and all, my friend, but there it is. And friends? You must mean Shamina and Dupre. Sure. Are they alive? The best bet in finding that rascal is to look in Britain. He has a girlfriend employed as an actress at the Royal Theatre. Okay. So, I'll write that down. And that was about Dupre. Is in Britain. Do they mean girlfriend in the sense of them being a couple? I guess so. I mean, this game was made in the 90s, but I just feel like the medieval type era, they probably wouldn't have used that term. But I'll just see this game as a product of the 90s and assume that does mean relationship. So. Has girlfriend. Works at the Royal Theatre. Works at the Royal Theatre. There. Okay. And... Wait. So I wasn't asking about Dupre. I was asking about Shimino. Whoopsies. There. That's what Shimino is doing, not Dupre. What's Dupre up to? I'm sure you'll find him somewhere. Last I heard he was in Gelon. You know he was knighted? Dupre was in Gelon. Did you know he was knighted? No. It's true, Lord British knighted him recently. Why he did so, I could not imagine. Okay. Yeah, I guess those emotes are going to stay quite rare for now, at least, because as far as I know, that was the one and only hype train that reached level 100, like, so far. So, yeah. But I'm sure eventually there's going to be other channels. Or just channels reaching it more than once. Let's ask about Britain. It's grown since you last saw it. Oz is now a virtual township of Britain. It dominates the east coast of Britannia. So a township, I think that means it's like a... like when villages grow together into a city? That sort of thing? We'll see. So... dominates the east. Wait. Wasn't Pause to the south? What's the name of the channel? Game dev guy, channel name something along the lines of pirate? Yeah, that's the channel name. There. So. I'm not that familiar with the channel, I just heard about the hype train going on and maybe joined in. Because, you know, Twitch history. So. But, like, I was pretty sure Pause was... to the south. Not to the east. Wasn't it Cove that was to the east? Oh well. The British castle is still the overwhelming feature. Let's ask about Lord British. My liege will be enormously pleased to see you. We should travel to Britain post-haste. I'm sure he can give you some valuable information, update you on much of what you have missed in the 200 years of your absence. But yeah, it was, like, obviously the biggest hype train yet, so... biggest one I've seen, easily. Because, yeah. As far as I know, it's the new record, so... as far as I know, it was just a, like, when I joined in, there was no game. It was just a just chatting segment of trying to set a new world record for hype trains, which happened. So, but apparently that train was going on for like at least 2 hours or something. It was silly. Anyway, yeah. In general, Twitch was glitching out a lot when it was happening. So, one of the main things that kept on glitching out was, there was, like, overlay issues. So, like, if you have something, like, on stream to track your hype train, but that thing was just completely malfunctioning. And, also, like, in chat, the hype train counter, it wasn't really updating at all. So, basically you refresh, it tells you what the current level of the hype train was, and the percentage wouldn't actually go up as fast as it did behind the scenes. So it would look like the hype train ran out of time and ended, but actually by the time you refreshed it was already like 3 levels higher. So yeah, things were glitching out a lot. So you couldn't really tell if the hype train was still going, what level it was, how much time was left on that level, what the percentage on that level was. Yeah, Twitch was just struggling. And also, at the end, the emotes being handed out was also, like, very glitchy by the looks of it. I got 10 emotes from one hype train, which I'm pretty sure is not how it's supposed to go. Like, usually you get 1 or 2 emotes for a hype train. Like, maybe a second one if there's, like, a specific event or, like, a Golden Kappa hype train. So, yeah. And I got 10, including all of the animated hype train emotes, which are for, like, different levels. There's, like, a level 10, level 25, level 50, and level 100 animated emote. Anyway. It was interesting to see, and yeah, as far as I know, it even crashed, like, some, like, Twitch API thing, so, yeah. And no, as far as I know, it was not for charity, just for, I don't know, money? World record? Yeah. But as far as I could tell, it was not a charity stream. Just people feeling generous. So, guess I could ask more about Oz? The reindeer, like, fire one. That one is quite fancy. I don't know how you would have been able to get that one, but it still lies between Britain and Trinsic, but has grown further into Britain itself. Okay. Just ask for information. The British is always a repository of the most amazing facts, eh? Probably something to do with listening and not always talking. Feel called out. Because, you know, streamers talk a lot. Speaking of information, it reminds me of something. I have a little item which might be useful to you. It's an abacus. I use it to tally up all our gold. Okay. Fine, I guess. Doesn't seem like the most convenient thing, because the ones I've used in the past, the ones where you, like, move a bead around on, like, a stick or, like, wire or whatever, those wouldn't exactly stay in place if you put it in your backpack and then walk around with it. So I guess you just need to tally up the gold whenever you stop walking. So leave? Do you really want me to leave? No. Ah, you did frighten me. Okay. Whoopsies. Bye. Always a pleasure to speak with you. Okay. Would be nice if I could, like, examine things properly. Okay, so double-clicking on stuff is using. Can't put out the candles. Can't do anything with the victim. So I'm guessing it's paused now? So I'll try and actually look at the manual for this game. If I can find it. There. Manual. Play guides. Reference cards. Maps. Clue books. Okay, just download all of them, I guess. If I can. Is it responding? Is it not responding? It seems not to be responding properly. Weird. Ah, there, downloads. It is responding. Good. How about we unpause all those downloads? How do I unpause them? It just says paused. There, resume all. Sometimes GOG stuff is a bit confusing. Okay. There. Got all the things downloaded. Time to unzip them. There. And I'll look at the manual. Okay. The Book of Fellowship. As written by Batlin of Britain. Okay. The story of Batlin. Is that just this guy's biography? Okay. It's a long book. It's 48 pages. So it doesn't say anything about, like, the controls or anything. There's a one with answers. So I think those are for, like, basically copy protection. So what's the guides? Isle of Fire, Silver Seed. Okay, so those are for the expansions. Reference cards. Quick reference card. So, let's see. Apparently. When Yellow addresses you, read each line of text and click the left mouse button. Continue until he has finished speaking, at which point he joins your party. Next, the mayor approaches you. Left click after each line, asks you to investigate the murder. position your cursor over the word yes. Left click. Okay. The avatar is always in the center of the screen. Stables through the doorway in the north. Okay, so if I point the cursor north and right click, I walk that way. Okay, examining. When you enter the stables, the roof disappears. That sounds like an issue. Allowing you to see inside. A horrible murder has occurred. You can look at each object in the stables by left-clicking it. Place the cursor over the gold key lying just west of the body and left-click. The word key appears to identify it. If you couldn't tell what it was. Perhaps the key will provide a clue. Move the cursor to the left of the key and then right-click the mouse button twice. Double right-click. You walk to that location. Notice that moving around is accomplished by right-clicking, and all other actions like talking and examining are accomplished by left-clicking. Using things. You don't want to be disturbed during this investigation, so close the door by placing the cursor on it and left-clicking. Taking things. The key might be a clue. Place the cursor so that the tip of it overlaps the key. Click and hold the left mouse button. As you continue holding, move the cursor around. If the mouse was properly positioned, the key is attached to the cursor. Don't let go yet. Give yourself the key, move the cursor of the key over your character, and release the left mouse button. The key will vanish. Like magic. Examining yourself and other things. Find out if you have the key by double left-clicking on your character. An image of your character appears, your inventory display, with blue lines indicating the locations of equipment and clothing. The key is on your right hand. Put the cursor on a large red check mark and left-click and hold. This lets you move your inventory window. Move it to the upper right corner of the screen by dragging it to that direction. Or at least when you're satisfied with the position. You can remove your inventory display by clicking the check mark. Talking to people. Okay. Good idea to examine everything. Okay. So... Wait, was the torch still lit? Because it's kind of saying that you have to extinguish the torch. I guess the torch was not lit. Weird. Oh, double left click to light the torch. Double left click to extinguish it. Okay. So, using the mouse. So clicking is look. Left clicking is look. Double left clicking is use, talk, attack. And click and drag with the left mouse button is moving items. Right mouse button clicking is take one pace. Double clicking is find a path. And clicking and dragging is walking continuously. So I can look at objects, I can move objects, I can use objects. Oh boy. We've got hotkeys again. C turns combat mode on and off. I opens your inventory. Z opens the statistics display. S opens the save and load window. A turns audio effects off. Oh, on or off. displays a scroll showing the version number of your copy of Ultima 7. Alt X exits Ultima and returns to DOS. H changes handedness of the mouse by swapping the functions of left and right mouse buttons. But why? Escape closes the save and load window. Like, I guess, but like... I just feel like... it wouldn't make that big of a difference if those are switched if you're left-handed. But maybe it's just me. Maybe people just really like using their index finger for interacting, their middle finger for walking. I don't know. To me, switching those around doesn't seem like it would be an issue, but yeah. Inventory display, spellbook. There's a spellbook? Since when is there a spellbook? How do I get to the spellbook? So, I'm looking at the explanation of what the character screen here means. So, so this is non-combat mode, and this is combat mode. So this is saving. That's status. So this is... wait. This is current attack mode. This is the protected halo? The what now? I don't know what this does. Oh, they're described in combat. Fine. I'll go switch to combat. Combat. Okay. So. I'll start with this one. This is manual attack mode. This is attack nearest, attack weakest, attack strongest, defend, and the other ones are not listed right now. Okay. And protected mode. You may designate a party member to be protected by clicking on the halo just above the character's attack mode icon. Turns gold, indicating this party member is to be protected. Only one person in the party may be protected at any one time. Note, if you have not designated any party member to be protected, an injured party member may turn his own halo on, call out to the other party members for protection. Any party members that are in protect mode will follow this injured character around and attempt to protect him. Effectively, any protecting character's main concern is for the welfare of the protected individual. Will fight anyone who attacks the protected character until there is no longer a threat. Okay. Interesting. This game is complex, as usual. So, I guess I'll just, save again, and then just go and do things? Ah, there isn't a tick for this section. There. I managed to click it eventually. Okay. There. Managed to go through there. Managed to close the door. I mean, the previous one also had a fairly weird combat system. Did I just walk over a well? Too heavy. I meant to walk in here. Okay. Well, figuring out the controls is kind of important. I can actually see characters doing things now. That is quite fancy. Like, moving things around. That wasn't a thing in the previous one. So... how do I talk to the shopkeeper? Excuse me. Is he gorgeous and voluptuous woman in her 30s? Well, I see which part hasn't changed from the previous game. So, what's your name? My name is Apollonia. Okay. Apollonia? Whatever. As she sizes you up. So. Well, I've never seen that name before. So I'm just seeing the, like, name of the, was it Greek or Roman god of Apollo? So, yeah. Let's ask about her job. The Honourable... I run the Honourable Hound Pub and Inn. She purrs. Greek. Yeah, I always mix up which name is from which one, because, well. But yeah, it's, like, I learned about them in school, but since they're all so closely related and, like, which culture did stuff first, it's just kind of a bit of a blend of stuff. Anyway, would you like a room, or would you like something to eat or drink? Just say so, and I shall try to please you with my delicacies. Great. So, I'll ask about the murder. She shuts her eyes and shakes her head as if she had just bitten into a very sour lemon. Oh, that was so hideous. Wait, has everyone already seen the crime scene? How could anyone do something so horrible? Are you searching for information? I do hope you find the person responsible. Well, that's not a lot of information. I don't want to buy anything. I'll ask about the Honourable Hound. I can think of no better place than off Trinzek to lay your head to rest, or to nibble upon treats to satisfy your appetite. Oh, weird way to say eat. So... pictures look strange. They remind me a bit of the paintings in Minecraft. Dog. What are you doing? Good doggy. Okay, that's all I can do with the dog. Just say good doggy and move on. So, still very much getting used to the controls. Not used to an Ultima game being a point-and-click game. Okay. But yeah, just... instead of saying, I'm going to go eat lunch, you can go, I shall go nibble upon some pizza. Where are you running off to? I was trying to talk to you. There. This woman seems pleasant and welcoming. But looks a bit like a Disney villain. So, it's the eyebrows. Those, I don't trust the super high, thin eyebrows of, well, Disney villains. I'm proud to meet the Avatar, she says, beaming. Your name is Ellen. Okay. Your job is bookkeeping at the Fellowship branch. I work with my husband, Clog. Okay. What was the name of the pub? Was it the Honourable Hound? But yeah, I didn't note anything down for the other lady, because she didn't seem to want to talk about the murder or anything. So... bookkeeping at the Fellowship branch. I don't know what that means, but... like, is the Fellowship called branch? Or is it a branch of the Fellowship? Yeah. So. And... works with her husband, Clog. But I think I'll be taking more notes for the inhabitants of Trinsic, since I am supposed to solve a murder here, so I feel like I'm supposed to know who they are. Let's ask about the murder. It's awful. Of course, I was home with Clog all night. Okay. I was home with Clog all night. I'll just add in brackets, that's their alibi. So, that's about the Fellowship. Perhaps you could call it a confident philosophy. We meet here at the branch office every night. Okay. Ask about philosophy. The Fellowship advances the philosophy of sanguine cognition? A way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life. Okay. Through what is called the triad of inner strength. Triad is simply the three basic principles that, when applied in unison, enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful in life. They are: strive for unity, trust thy brother, and worthiness precedes reward. Okay. What was that, like principle or something? So, strive for unity. Trust thy brother. Worthiness precedes reward. Okay. Strive for unity basically means that people should cooperate and work together. Yeah. Trust thy brother implies that we are all the same and we should not hate or fear each other. Worthiness precedes reward suggests that we must each strive to be worthy of that which we want out of life. Do you want to join? Not right now. Oh well, perhaps you can become enlightened another time. Branch office. Fellowship has branches all over Britannia. It is a most popular philosophical society. Let's ask about Clog. My husband Clog is a wonderful branch leader. He is an inspiration to all of the Trinsic members. Great. Yeah. Goodbye. Okay. So where is Clog? Is this Clog? Who are you? There. This man exudes kindness and geniality. Ah, Avatar. I recognized you at once. Word has moved through town quickly. I had heard you were here. Okay. Your name is Clog. Okay. So what does Clog have to say about any of this? Like about the murder? Well, I was home all night, and my wife, Ellen, will certainly verify that. But as we say in the Fellowship, worthiness precedes reward. Christopher must have done something bad. Okay. As we say in the Fellowship, worthiness. So basically he's blaming Christopher for getting murdered. Christopher must have done something bad. And I will add the alibi in there as well. And the poor gargoyle and Namo. It's a pity. Christopher? Christopher was a valued member of the Fellowship for some time. Unfortunately, we got into a petty argument last week. Well, well, well. Was a member of the Fellowship. Okay. We got into a petty argument last week. Argument. Last week, Christopher stated that he wanted to leave the Fellowship. Can you imagine? Christopher wanted to leave the Fellowship. Okay. Well, I simply attempted to speak with him and alter his decision. The man verbally assaulted me and my companions with no provocation. So we tried to convince him to stay. And I'll call it, he became verbally aggressive. Okay. Companions. They've gone to Fellowship headquarters in Britain. They were delivering Fellowship funds. Gone to the Fellowship headquarters. To deliver funds. Right. The names are Elizabeth and Abraham. Interesting. Elizabeth. With a Z. And Abraham. Okay. And well, we're currently investigating a murder, so you've been missing the start of the murder investigation. So, I'll ask about the gargoyle. I did not know the gargoyle. It sounds as if he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a pity. It seems everyone's just assuming the gargoyle just happened to be there at the time. I mean, to be fair, the way the whole, like, crime scene is presented, uh, it does seem like Christopher was the target, but the gargoyle, if I saw that right, he was, like, pinned to a wall with, what are those called? Like um, like, hay fork or something? Like, the giant fork-shaped thingy you use to, like, move your compost or something. Pitchfork, that's the word. Thanks. So yeah, it seemed like he was pinned to the wall with a pitchfork in his abdomen. So, that still seems pretty gruesome. Maybe not as gruesome as being, like, dismembered. And, it seemed very ritualistic. So, yeah. Anyway. If there's anything else I may help you with, let me know. Okay. Well. Interesting. Yes. Well, this is kind of what it seems like. You see a salty old sailor who reeks of tobacco. Well, my name is Gargan. He sniffs loudly. Okay. Now we are talking to Gargan the sailor. But yeah, considering the whole, like, religious ritual thing that seemed to be going on around the corpse. I mean, also the other one. Like, that doesn't look, not personal to me. Yeah, there is some music sometimes, but also, like, sound effects and stuff, so. Yeah. Really? Okay. Interesting. Anyway, ask about his job. Transic shipwright. If you would like to know about a ship or a sextant, just say so. It coughs. I'll ask about the murder. Heard about that? Terrible thing to happen. Can't say I saw or heard anything. Coughs, clears his throat loudly, then spits. Great. How much are the sextants? 80 gold. Oh boy. I'll just add in the notes that he is the shipwright and he also sells the sextants. Because we'll probably need one later, but I don't think we can afford one at the moment. Maybe that's what they said by, like, what they meant by, me feeling old-fashioned. Things used to be so much cheaper back in the olden days. Suit yourself, and bye. Okay. Not sure why that dog is following me, but it's not like I'm gonna stop it. Locked. There. Nobody in here. I don't think I have bacon. No. Wait. Did I just draw my weapon? Fine, I'm just carrying it. Non-threateningly. Okay. Are you insulting my character? Spent such a long time choosing her. Can I use the book? Ah. The Knight and the Thief. This novel describes the life of an heroic warrior suffering from delusions of an alternate life as a rogue and cut purse. Okay. Not many people at home. Navigating in this one. Blight of the Griffin. What was this book? The book that I saw in the Fellowship building. Okay, that's the tavern again. Okay, that's the horse stables over that way. There. What's this book? Book of the Fellowship. Batlin. So that's who Batlin is. Good morning to thee, gentle friend and traveller. No matter what time of day it might be when you're reading this, no matter what the hour of the clock. Well, I guess they have had, like, grandfather clocks and stuff in previous games. Anyway, say good morning to thee, because this very moment brings to thee the coming of the dawn. The dawn, as everyone knows, is the moment when illumination comes. The dawn marks the end of the long dark night. It is the moment that marks a new beginning. It is my humble hope that these words may be for thee a dawning, or at least a sort of awakening. Great. Great. I don't think I can read any further. That's not weird at all. So, ask about the Fellowship again. Yeah, we meet at the branch office every night. So, didn't really leave room to add that to my notes, but I feel like I should. I'll just add another section. Members meet at the branch office. Because that seems relevant, considering the murder apparently happened at night. But good to know that I can ask everything again if I need to hear stuff again. So... was there another building? Yeah, that's the crime scene. I wonder if I'll see similar candles anywhere. Or did I extinguish that one candle? Or was it already extinguished when I came here? I wonder. So... okay. No? No, can't put it there. There. Okay. So I think I just clicked on it at some point. And I'm pretty sure that's a pitchfork. Don't really get what that is. As in... inventory of a corpse, I guess? Yeah. It's not holding anything. So... right. Peter... can I interact with the horse? No, it's just running around. Alright. I'll just walk around a bit. See how big this place is. The walking speed is weird. So it seems the further away the mouse cursor is, the faster they walk. Okay, been in here already. What happened here? Why does the door keep closing? Bellows, broken dish, iron bars. Broken dish, top, cloak, garbage. Probably more garbage, yeah. Some gold, a bag with more gold in it. Hood. An open window. Interesting. And in the drawers, there's... what are these? Leather gloves. Just clothing. Yeah. So who's the blacksmith? Because I've got a feeling that maybe the blacksmith is missing. And either the, perpetrator or another victim. So, who are you? Arg. Guess I can't talk to you. I see a solemn fellow in healer's robes. So, your name is Shantu. Okay. Your job is healer. You can perform a heal, poison cure, or resurrection on any of your friends or on you. Neat. Mind resurrecting the murder victims. It's a sad state for Britannia when events such as these happen. Christopher was a good man. I hope the villain is caught. Okay. I'll just note that he's the town healer. Okay. Okay. Think. Yeah, we could just resurrect him and, you know, ask. Because he probably knows. So. God? He's a grumpy fellow with a bloody bandage on his head. Your name is Gilberto. Of course. Your job is night watch on the dock gate. Huh. Okay. Really? That's pretty nice. The night watch at the dock gate. Okay. Must have occurred shortly before I was knocked out. Knocked out. Okay. It was just about sunrise. I was looking out to the sea. All of a sudden, I felt a blow to the back of my head. It was just about sunrise. I mean, the rest seems kind of obvious. He winces in pain. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground. Johnson, the guard for the next watch, was shaking me. I've been out for about 10 minutes. So. Johnson, the guard for the next watch, found me. I had been out for about 10 minutes. I knew that because the sun had just peeked over the horizon and the crown jewel had gone and sailed. I mean, the sunlight levels might be relevant, so I'll note that down. And the crown jewel. So I guess the ship was stolen. Had gone and sailed. Okay. So, ask about the crown jewel. Did I forget to say, that's a ship that was docked here all night. I believe it was about to sail for Britain. So, the ship was docked all night. It was headed to Britain. You could ask Gargan. Okay. Did not see my attackers. Okay. So, Pain. He seems a little wobbly, but his gesture indicates that he does not desire your aid. My skull is still ringing, but I shall be alright momentarily. Yeah, he's fine. Perfectly fine. Let's ask about Johnson. He takes the morning watch at the dock. Ask about the attackers. I wonder if they jumped onto the ship. They could be all the way to Britain by now. That's what I'm thinking. Well, thanks. So, I mean, I have flowing blonde hair, apparently. So, let's ask about Gargan. He's a good man. You may not wish to stand too close to him. You may catch something. Okay. I mean, I think the main thing I would catch would be tobacco breath. Because, I mean, we have seen the guy and... oh. That seemed to be his main characteristic. Who are you? Ah. You see a stern shopkeeper who might once have been a strong fighter. You've entered my shop, so you'd best buy something. Who might I be addressing? My name is Dell. I'm playing, part 1 of Ultima 7. So, we are talking to Dell. So, your job is... It looks disgruntled. I sell weapons, armor, and provisions when I'm not doing work for the Fellowship. Okay. You're not going to buy anything? Get your face out of my sight. So... armor... weapons, yep. And... provisions... and... do work... for the Fellowship. And he's also very unfriendly. So, what is your opinion about the murder? I'm afraid I know nothing about it, save for what is being said in the street, so don't ask me. If you're not going to buy anything, go away. Yellow whispers, pleasant chap, is he not? Buy and buy. Right next to each other, it's great. Fellowship. Fellowship is the philosophical group devoted to the teachings of a truly great man named Batlin, I think it was. In the absence of the Avatar, Batlin has become a sort of spiritual father for the people of Britannia. Through his speeches and writings, he has changed the lives of many people, including my own. Okay, he seems rather... involved in the Fellowship. The Fellowship advances the philosophy of sanguine cognition, not condition. Cognition, way to apply a confident order of thought to one's life through what is called the triad of inner strength, right? That was what those three things were. Triad of inner strength. There. Try to simply three basic principles that when applied in unison enable one to be more creative, satisfied, and successful. They are the same as the other person said. And all of this is the same as what I've already heard. You want to join? No! Oh well, perhaps you can become enlightened another time. Great. So. What can I buy here? What type of wear would you wish to say? Is it weapons, armor, or provision? Yes, he is kind of upside down Bob Ross. Well, Bob Ross did have a beard, right? Like a slight one at least. So, it would be a clean-shaven upside down Bob Ross. Which makes it even more confusing. Anyway, let's ask about weapons first. What would you like to buy? Dagger, mace, sword, 200 hammer, 200 sword, club, sling, bow, arrows, and bolts. Well, maybe he's not just... like, maybe it's basically like opposite day, so it is upside down and also very grumpy. Fine. Okay, so... what else? The armor options are leather helm, wooden shield, leather leggings, chain leggings, and leather armor. And the provisions: torch, backpack, lockpicks, bucket, swamp boots, and a bedroll. Interesting. Yeah, I'd be quite grumpy if I was upside down. Spend more money next time you come in. He's such a sweetheart. So, that's the same building? Was the building really that long? Well, where's the entrance to the other one? What? What happened? Is it because I opened the window? I heard a sound. What was that? What does that sound mean? Where's the door? Is there a door? When do we eat? Was that YOLO asking? Do we actually have to consume food in this one? I don't know. Ah, wait. What? Did I just eat all my food? No, it's still in there. I'm confused. Maybe that means the character is hungry? I'll have to check. So let's save again. And check the manual again. So... Ah, yes. So that icon means character is hungry. So... Character can also be unconscious, poisoned, charmed, protected, cursed, or paralyzed. So out of all of those, I mean, hungry doesn't seem that bad anymore. Does it say anything about food in there? I guess not. So I'll eat some bread. If I can. No. Eat it. How do I eat stuff? How to consume food. Wait. So what was the double clicking again? Use. So double click would be use. So how do I eat? Hits are derived directly from strength. They're reduced by damage, poison, and hunger. Okay. Huh. Not entirely sure how to interact with food yet. Double left-clicking on many usable objects brings up a display that provides more information about that object. So, for example, double left-clicking a chest brings up a display that reveals the contents of a chest. Bodies of fallen foes are also treated like that. Well, I am holding the food. I am trying to eat it. I have a bad feeling. Why? Is it because of being hungry? He's not hungry. Okay. How do I consume food? Drag to face. No. This didn't do anything. I could just drag items around inside the backpack. Great. But how do I eat it? So I double click on the bread and then... Ah, there. Okay. So double click on the bread and then clicking on the character. Okay. That's how I use an item on another item. That makes sense. The manual was very unhelpful for that. But then again, I haven't read it start to finish, so... I mean, the manual kind of contains spoilers for the starting scene, so I'm glad I didn't read it before starting the game. Because, like, I genuinely didn't know that this game was going to start with a murder scene. What is this place? Looks needlessly fancy. Have you properly searched the stables? Okay, so this is the mayor. Yes? What did you find? I found a bucket. Yes, obviously filled with poor Christopher's own blood. But surely there was something else that might point us in the direction of the killer or killers. Should look again. Okay. I found a key. A key. Perhaps if you would ask Christopher's son about it, he may know what it is for. Okay. What was his name again? Finnegan. Ask Christopher's son about the key. And crime like this has never happened in Chenzik before. Can't believe this happened to Christopher and Inamo. Please explore the town. I'd appreciate if you would bring me a report on your progress. Be sure to ask everyone about the murder. After speaking with Christopher's son, you might next want to speak with Gilberto, the guard on watch. At the dock last night, the mayor hesitates, then leans in to speak quietly. Actually, I've seen something like this before. It was about 4 years ago in Britain. Well. So. Something like this has never happened before in Trinsic. But something similar happened in Britain 4 years ago. So, let's ask about, is Christopher's son also named Christopher? Oh, Christopher was the local blacksmith. Aha. So that's why his house was such a mess. Right, they did say he was the one making the horseshoes. I did not put those two together. I thought he was just specialized in, like, doing the whole, like, horseshoe, like, smithing and attaching process, not just the general blacksmith. But then again, it is a small town, so. Was the blacksmith. Okay. He lived with his son in the northwest of town. Okay. Blacksmith's shop is in the southwest corner. Southwest corner. Okay. Christopher was not a rich man by any means. He barely kept himself and his son alive, but he certainly enjoyed his work. Okay. So, Gilberto was struck from behind early this morning and was knocked senseless. Johnson, the morning watch, found him unconscious. We already talked to him about that, so he's recuperating at the healer's house, west of town. Okay. Ask about Britain. It was before I came to Trinsic, there was a murder with strikingly similar aspects. A boy was found mutilated exactly like Christopher. It appeared to be a ritualistic killing. So, the I'll just start with, like, in Britain or something to show that this is now about the other case. So, a boy was found mutilated exactly like Christopher. It appeared to be ritualistic. I would wager that whoever was responsible for that murder is the culprit behind this one. I mean, that's just a guess, but it is a decent guess. that they're at least related. Like, for example, if it's ritualistic, maybe by someone from the same group. Like, maybe the same fellowship. So let's ask about Inamo. Gargoyle slept in the stables, as I understand it. I believe he emigrated here from Turfin a few months ago. Seems he was merely a chance victim of someone intent on violence. So, Inamo moved over. What was the island called again? I'll check the manual for that. So Turfin. There. A few months ago. Okay. It seems he was a chance victim. So, ask about the son again. Christopher's son is called Spark. Sounds like a strange name to choose for your child. Their house is in the northwest area of town. Like, I think the only context I've heard the name Spark is like a pet being called Spark. But like Sparky and stuff like that. But I guess that's a name. So, Christopher's son is called Spark. Oh, right, right. With Christopher being a blacksmith, he's fine. I didn't think about that aspect, but still. Northwest area of town. And let's ask about who was Johnson again? Oh, right, the god who found the other god. I'll write that down. So Johnson is probably at the dock right now. And ask about the healer. He's the town healer. Has been here for many years. Nice fellow. Wonder if he's been here for 4 years exactly. Reports. Are you ready to answer some questions concerning the investigation? No? Oh well, carry on with your investigation. Okay. Okay. Added a report back to Finnegan when I know more to my notes. So, I May notes his head and gets back to whatever he's doing. And fancy place. I'll give him that. It's just trees and a fence. Guess that's just as gone. Where are you going? And who are you? I see a young woman with a bright smile. Okay. That's your name. Caroline. Okay. So, I've devoted my energies to helping the Fellowship. I hope to recruit new members. I help the Fellowship recruit new members. So, what do you think about the murders? She looked concerned. It's awful. Christopher was a nice man. Did he know he was one of our members? Can't believe he's dead. Members of the Fellowship. We meet every night at the hall. You should visit. Fellowship. A society of spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest levels of human potential and share this philosophy freely with all people. The Fellowship was formed 20 years ago. This is actually new information. So, Fellowship was formed 20 years ago by Batlin with the full approval and support of Lord British. What was it now? Philosophy. Yeah, that's gonna be the same as the other one. Triad. And do you want to join? No. And society. Every night at 9 o'clock we have a meeting in the Fellowship Hall. You may consider yourself invited to attend. So, every night at 9 o'clock. I'll just write 9 p.m. There. The Fellowship have a meeting. A meeting at the hall. And consider yourself invited. All right. So, what's the shipwright again? So ask about the crown jewel. Yes, that ship was docked overnight. He consults his log. She sailed for Britain at sunrise. Don't recall seeing anyone get on or off. So, his name was Gargan. So, the crown jewel was docked all night. It left at sunrise. And I did not see anyone get on or off. Okay. He snorts and coughs a couple of times. Lovely. So yeah. So at least now we know that much about the ship. Oh, thanks for the raid. How you doing today, and how is your stream? I'm just starting this game, so still figuring stuff out. Okay. So we're supposed to go to the northwest corner. A fighter. Solid looking, but seemingly bored fighter. Marcus, the trainer. Interesting. So, you finished Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Can't say I've heard of that. And, DKC3. Not 100% sure what that stands for, but someone probably knows. Donkey Kong Country, right. I thought DK was Donkey Kong, just like I'm just not familiar enough with the franchise to know that Donkey Kong Country is like a game series that has that many entries. So, yeah. Anyway. And Super Mario World, which I have also heard of. Not played it, though, I think. Anyway. Hope you had fun. So, Marcus the Trainer. Let's see. Your job is trainer. Do you wish to increase your skill in combat? Not right now. Let's ask about murder. Heard about it. Assume... I assure you I know nothing of the details. And he yawns. Great. Ask about Trinsic. Trina's alright. Okay. I'll just write down he's a combat trainer. He has a bunch of stuff. Fancy. Wait, we're hungry again? Is he hungry now? Yes, he's hungry now. Okay. So... Did he have food? In his bag? Okay, he does. So... I double click on that. There. Now he has eaten food. Very strange inventory system. Everything in this game feels a bit strange. It's just so different from the previous ones. Like, you no longer have the grid. It seems similarly zoomed in as the previous one. And yeah, just in general, it just, like... But before you had a list of inventory items, now I can just move them around. So. Can I talk to the parrot? Squawk. Good conversation. That's a very blue floor. who goes there? Ah, you need something else? You notice his wound is healing nicely. Not right now. Found cat. Wait, was that Stefan God? Away with thee! Oh, him again. Why would... Did he follow me? That was weird. An artist of some kind seems to live here. Who are you? Right, stables. Where'd the horse go? Is the horse inside? No? Ah, there's the horse. Did he put the horse in his pocket? Great. I guess I can translate those. So... this might be where the blacksmith and his son are supposed to live. Not seeing the kid anywhere. Okay. Alberto, who was that again? The Night Watch guy. Fanciful story of a man who, along with several comrades, gains access to a flying vehicle, much like a cart, uses his abilities to fight terrorists and despotic monarchs who employ mercenaries using their own flying carts. Okay. Guess that's something. This is lockpicks, a whip, and a torch. Yeah, it does feel quite different from the previous game. That's a dagger and some gold. Like, I'm still getting used to the changes. Gloves and boots. Oh, are those clouds? There's clouds now? What? I wonder if I can figure out what time it is. Be gone, fool! Are you the guard again? Think so. Okay. Don't seem to be able to find the sun. So I guess I'll investigate more. Yeah, we already met him. And the blacksmith's house. Not this one. That's the healer. It was that one. Ah, there's the kid. Child! No, get back here! No, child! Stop running! I need to talk to you. There. You see, boy who appears to be a young teen. He is dirty and unkempt and crying. He looks as if he's been crying. He sits up straight and looks sharp when he sees you. Hey you, and what do you want? You realise the boy has a sling in hand. You face the boy and tell him who you are. I am Spidey. So, what makes you so special? Boy, this is the Avatar. Upon my word, she is. She's come to help you. And the boy narrows his eyes, studying you. He slowly lowers his weapon, ready to act in case it's a trap. You admire the boy's obvious experience in dealing with strangers. You and Spark stare at each other. He's not sure what to do. Finally, he nods his head. All right, I believe you. You look like paintings I've seen. I'm sorry. Okay. So his name is Spark. His job is... no job, I'm 14. Fair enough. I'm just learning how to help my father. Well, he probably knows. Suddenly realizes something, which terrifies him. Now my father is dead, I am an orphan. That, yes. So, yes, I will start yet another page of my notebook for Spark. Like, I've already noted... like, there's 2 pages of notes already. This is A5. So... like, one side of an A4 sheet of paper of notes already. Yeah, exactly. The avatar was ginger last time, I think. But close enough. So, ask about the murder. Can't believe my father is dead. And poor Anamo too. So strange. I dreamed it was happening. Well, in a way. Last night, I was having a nightmare about father. I dreamed he screamed, and it woke me up. I will note that down, because that sounds vaguely relevant. I was having a nightmare about my father. I dreamed that he screamed. And it woke me up. I looked around the house, but he was not in his bed. I was wide awake, so I went out to find him. Okay. I'll note down that he then went out to find him. Yeah, in case any of you aren't aware yet, this is a murder investigation. So, I'm just running around town and asking everyone about the murder and, like, where they were last night and so on. Alright. Ask about finding him. Did not find him, at least not right away. I did see something. Okay. Something. I was in front of the stables. I saw a man and a wingless gargoyle running from behind the building. They ran towards the dock. So. Saw a man and a wingless gargoyle running from behind the stables towards the dock. And I went inside and found Father. His voice falters, and he begins to sob a little. Okay. So he did actually see the crime scene, which is kind of relevant. I'll ask about his father. With Blacksmith, I cannot believe that he's been murdered. No enemies that I know of. Unless it was the Fellowship. Yeah, that. He had no enemies other than the Fellowship. Ask about the Fellowship. First, they harassed Father and me when they came around asking us to join. I suppose they do good things. Many people like them. Father eventually joined the group after he went to Britain and took one of their tests. Their tests, you say? Don't know anything about them. I never took one. Maybe you should ask the man at the Fellowship branch. Okay. So, the Fellowship was pressuring them to join. Joined after he went to Britain and took their test. Okay. So, ask about the key. Looks like the key to Father's chest. I wondered where it was. Okay. Ask about the branch. Fellowship has branches all over Britannia. Ask about Clog. Head of the Fellowship intrinsic. He and Father got into an argument a week ago when Clog and two of his friends came over to talk with Father. Argument. Don't know what it was about. You should ask Clog. Friends. Don't remember what they look like. Don't recognize them. They were most likely some other members. Yeah, I already know about those. Ask about... Namo? Was a very nice gargoyle. He helped Father a lot and did tasks in the stables. Can't think why anyone would kill him. Okay. So, I'll also write that down. His name was Inamo. Was very nice. He helped Father and around the stables. So, ask about the smithy. Father was the best blacksmith in Britannia. People were always coming from everywhere to get him to make this and that. Ask about being an orphan. My mother died a long time ago. Can barely remember her. Ask about the nightmare. No, it sounds witless, but I dreamed a big red-faced man was watching down on everything. This sounds oddly familiar. So I will be noting this down. I dreamed a big red-faced man was watching down on everything. You noticed Father. And he noticed Father. Okay. Ask about the man. All I saw was the man had a hook for a right hand. And that was the one fleeing. From the stable. Had a hook for a right hand, specifically. And the gargoyle. Can't tell one from another. Couldn't identify him, except that he didn't have wings. Ask about the hook. We go find the man with the hook. Let me help you. His tears cease and his face takes on a determined, forceful look. Take me with you, please. I must avenge my father's death. If you do not take me with you, I will follow you anyway. Boy's all excited now. I'm an expert with a slingshot. I can strike sewer rats with almost every shot. And I'm small. I do not eat much. Please take me. Please ask me to join you. Il whispers to you. I do not know about taking a child on the road with us. Suddenly Spark lets his sling fly. His target, a small fly hovering above Yolo's head, smacked out of the air. You laugh as Yolo yelps, jumps away, curses, and runs his fingers through his hair. I told you I'm good. May I join? Yes. Hooray! He leaps with delight. Yeah, I'm sure he does eat plenty, but he has good aim. So, that's something. And I mean, he might be able to recognize the guy with the hook, possibly. So, yeah. I think that's it. Alright, speak with you later. So... Call it heads, tails, again, what? Call it tails. It is heads. Great. So I can flip a coin. I'll just steal all that gold. The kid did join me, so it's my responsibility to make sure he has food. Therefore, I will steal whatever I can. Okay. So their house is up here, I think. What's this? Pedestal. That's the mayor's house. Who is over there. Okay. It kind of looked like the blacksmith shop was maybe searched at least. So can I figure out if this is their house? Oh right, I haven't used the key yet. Don't make me go. Do you really want me to go? No. Okay. I just meant to end the conversation, that's all. Okay. But I think that's their house. But I haven't checked the chest yet. And I should be doing that. So... over this way. Where is the chest? That's just drawers. Ask about the key again. Father's chest. Wondered where it was. Is he carrying anything useful? Right, he has a sling. And a sausage. Neat. Were there stairs in the other building or in this one? Not seeing stairs here. Let's see. I am a bit hungry. Who is me? Like, everyone's dialogue color is the same, so... Who said that? Main character is hungry again. Dang it. No, we have not been out of town yet. We're trying to solve a murder here. The child is not hungry yet. Yeah, okay. So just main character being hungry. Well. Don't have time to do that. Stop asking about food. Who else was asking about food? Because it looked like there were two people asking about it. Okay. I'll just take that, probably. Mutton. Yes. Yoink. Table. Bed. Fine, maybe that's his house. But that looks like the house of a judge. Locked chest. Fine. Maybe both are their house? Okay. the money in here. And that's the key. Use the key on the chest. Unlocked. I will take that. 100 gold. Well, thank you. Fellowship medallion. You have received payment. Make the delivery tonight. Okay. I will most definitely take that. I guess this is their house, not the other one. Just don't know why they have a gavel in there. I know where the treasure is. Pretty bird. Ugly bird. Ugly boy. Hey! Use on food. What? What was that? That was a weird encounter. Or, well, weird conversation. Yes, yes, I heard about being hungry. What about the other ones? Oh, now his hunger is also high enough to be listed here. Okay. So I just stole some random person's food. It's fine. I'm investigating a murder. Not, like, who stole the mutton. So. Speaking of which, wasn't there a tavern? Yes, I'm working on food. Stop asking. That's the fellowship. There. Hello again. Okay, we want food, please. Okay. If you want to buy anything, say so. I guess we'll buy the silver leaf. Most wonderful delicacy you shall ever eat. It's worth every gold piece. So... can I buy it? There. So, how about some mutton? 3 gold for 1 portion. Price is alright. How many? Let's do 3. Okay. Would you like something else? No. Okay. So, let's give everyone some food. There. And you get some food. And the kid. Oh, I can ask about the other items I found. Ask about the gold. Boy's eyes widen. I had no idea that father had that much money hidden away. I suppose I could give it to you if you're going to look for those who killed my father. Well, I already took it, so... Medallion. My father was a member of the Fellowship. I don't know why the medallion was in the chest. He usually wore it. Scroll. Not sure if it's the same one. But I think I saw my father with the scroll... with a scroll like that 1 or 2 days ago. Okay. So, I had no idea. Father had that much gold. I don't know why he wasn't wearing his fellowship medallion. And I think I saw father with a scroll 1 or 2 days ago. Yeah, they have a meeting every night. But I don't know if it's nighttime yet. Alright. No's making something special for someone. Fairly certain it was at his shop. Was making something special for someone. It was at the shop. I'm guessing the item he was making. Okay. Ask about the shop. Southwest corner. Right. I think I'll save again. All right. Could ask around here some more. Ah, I think it's getting dark. Logan, how may I help you? Okay. Well. So this was Clog. Ask about the test. Battling in Britain will be happy to administer a test. You should certainly take it, who knows? Maybe you find something within you that needs improving. Now that sounds familiar. Okay. Ask about the hook. I'm afraid I don't know a man with that description. Ask about the gold. Don't know what you're talking about. Medallion. Christopher expressed interest in leaving the fellowship. Perhaps he stored it for safekeeping. Scroll. Don't know anything about it. Crown jewel. Don't know anything about it. Ask about the argument again. Right. Already heard about this. And I'll talk to her again. Nope, nothing new. Well. I guess I don't have a reason to take any notes on what Clog said about that, because he doesn't know anyone, he doesn't know anything. Yeah. So. thinking this is the start of the gathering that they have every evening. Doesn't seem like everyone's here yet, though. But I think this is sunset. So... I guess I can pick up the jewelry. Come on. Yeah, none of this seems out of the ordinary. Horse seems to be horsing around as usual. This was a rake, I think. Shovel. No. No other members yet. So... Yeah, I mean, the Avatar can kind of do whatever. No, I think it's nighttime now. Wait, is the mayor part of the Fellowship too? Is that where he's going? Oh, no, he turned on a light. Avatar? Okay. Ask about... The Fellowship? They're extremely helpful group. Their branch office is just east of mine. Very optimistic group of people. Great. Clog. He's the Fellowship branch leader. He likes the Fellowship. Great. Are you ready to answer some questions concerning the investigation? Yes. What was Christopher's occupation? Blacksmith? What did you find at the murder site? A key. What did the key open? A chest. What did you find in the chest? Gold, a medallion, and a scroll. All of these. Do you have a suspect? Yes? What does the villain look like? Hook. Any leads finding this villain? The crown jewel. The mayor is pleased. Seems you are pursuing your investigation with genuine fervor. Methinks you should go to Britain and see if you can find this man with a hook. Here's half of your reward money. You'll receive the rest when you prove that the killer has been brought to justice. The mayor hands you 100 gold coins. Nice. Do you need the password? Yes? There's a password? So. Yeah. They're gonna... Well. They're a very hungry group of people. So. Must admit I have had my doubts about you truly being the Avatar. Must ask you to indulge me in order to satisfy my somewhat suspicious nature. I shall ask you a few questions regarding the geography of Britannia. Please answer with the number of longitude or latitude from thy cloth map. Sure I will. Remember, longitude refers to the lines that run north-south. They are determined by the number at the bottom of the map. Latitude refers to the lines that run east-west. They are determined by the numbers on the left side of your map. If these questions are answered correctly, I will cast aside my doubts. What longitude runs through the center of the island of Buccaneer's Den? Okay, where is the map? What did you do yesterday? I hope you were being nice to spiders. Yes, yes, my very real cloth map. Oh, well, that's very fancy. How'd that go? So I seem to have two maps? Yep, they are even different versions of the same map. Alright, so Buccaneer's Den. Definitely not looking up a reference picture for longitude and latitudes. Because I didn't pay enough attention. Longitude goes east or west. Okay. So... like... the number for longitude, those would be the ones at the top and bottom of the map, I guess? So... I can barely read them. Doesn't really look like a number. My cloth map isn't high enough resolution. That's fine. I also have like a document with information. I'm just trying to figure this out. So so 0 is still Britain. Or the Lord British Castle. So we've got 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. There, I figured out the map. Yay! So... longitude that runs through the center, that would be 60. 60. What longitude runs through the center of Skara Brae? Let's see if I can remember which one Skara Brae is. I believe it's that one. And that would be 60 again. latitude. So that would be 30. Excellent. I've no doubt you are the true Avatar, because only the Avatar can read maps. Oh, I almost forgot. The password to leave or enter the town is Blackbird. Okay then. So. The password to leave or enter the town is Blackbird. Yeah. Yay, I figured something out. And it's nighttime. So... God. I'll speak with you after the fellowship meeting. The shopkeeper... The wife of the fellowship guy... The child... Okay. Wait, what are they doing back here? Okay. Strive for unity, something something. Say it with me, brother. Why is he pacing around so much? We're all individuals? Okay. Sure we are. Yes, let's say it all in unison, how we are all completely different from each other. I hate your inner voice. Strive for unity. You must believe. Hi. Hate your inner voice. Yeah, sure, this is definitely not a religion. Definitely not. Just about philosophy, or whatever they said it was. Yes, confident philosophy. Yeah. You're all individuals. Well, great meeting. Okay. Why is he running in here? Is he just running to wherever I am? Is he being a bit silly? Like, looking directly at the one person who isn't part of this group going, stay here! Okay. Anything else gonna happen, or... I'll just... talk to that god some other time. Okay. So, how do I get into the tavern? Because I feel like they probably also need rest. It's so dark in here. Okay. Stop running! Stay here! Okay. Let's save before renting a room. Are any of them actually complaining about being tired? Currently, no. The child is not complaining about being tired. Really? I hadn't noticed that. I wonder if those sounds are supposed to be like crickets or something. So, if I get a room, 6 gold per person per night. You want a room? No. Some other night. Okay. Okay. Well, this one feels very different from the other ones I've played so far, so... It's... not necessarily bad different, just... different. This one kind of feels like it has more of a point and click aspect to it than the previous ones ever did. There. How many hours? No hours. YOLO gives you an exasperated look. Never mind then. I'm just resting my eyes. Okay. We are intrinsic, which means we want to go north. If there is a gate at the northern end of town. There might be, or there might also just not be. Also, I didn't talk to, the guy who was at the dock, but he probably didn't see anything. Yeah, it might just be one gate. Like, this definitely seems like a gate. But yeah, the guy guarding the dock. I haven't seen the dock yet. Where's the dock outside of town? I'm not seeing any waterways inside, so... yeah, I think it's gonna have to be outside. Oh, that's a gate. See, a tough-looking guard who takes his job very seriously. So, your name is... not important. Interesting name. Welcome in. How you guys doing? Hope you had a nice stream over there. So... let's... yep, what's the password? Long live the king, please, of Blackbird. It's Blackbird. Very well, you may pass. I did it. It's going pretty well, but I've only just started. Oh no, it's raining. Oh, come on. We didn't pack an umbrella. Even the save menu is dark. Thanks again for the raid. What were you playing today?
Yes, that is the proper direction to travel, Avatar.
middle-aged actress with a very serious expression. She's unable to speak with you because she's concentrating on her part in the Passion play. Perhaps you should speak to Paul. I'll continue on. Didn't bring swamp boots. It's fine. Am I going to Britain? Is this Britain? Is this pause? Who knows? I don't. Okay. No worries. Lunch is important. What just moved over here? Ah, probably just some pets. Okay. I'll look at the map. Should be closed. Okay. There. So I'll continue north. Are we there yet? I don't think so, but I don't fully know. This area has its own tune, so... Guard! Excuse me? Where am I? Tough looking guard. What's your job? Looks like you're ignorant. My god, idiot. I'm just trying to figure out where I am. That's all. Okay. Fellowship building again. Think so, follow. Giant statue? Is that Lord British? Yes, yes, I know you're hungry. You're always hungry. Get used to it. Avatar, they're doing a play about you. Great. What is this place? Okay. So, which way is the castle? Okay, is this pause? But also part of Britain? Wait. Is that a sword and a stone? Aha, it is. Is this Britain? I feel like this is still Trinsic. Let's not worry about that. Okay, I'll just translate that. Should have brought a torch. That says... east. East something. Not familiar with that second sign. So, this is an E. This I don't know about. That's, a D. Oh, end, I think. Yes, so. East End. And A V E N U E. East End Avenue. Great. That doesn't really tell me if I'm in Britain or not. It's just a road name. But now I know. Wait, is that a castle with a giant moat around it? Because that's what it looks like. Yes, it is. Hey, Lord British, are you home? Lord British, wake up! Wherever you are. I think that's where he is. Wake up! Wake up! You done sleeping yet? Fine. Okay, let's save. Maybe we can find an empty bed around here. Have a bad feeling? Who does? Also, I think everyone's hungry now. No? Main character is not hungry. Yellow's not hungry. Is it just the child? Yes, the child is hungry. So... there. Have food. I don't think they have any guest beds around here. They don't need sleep. It's fine. Training dummy. Who goes there? What was that noise? You see, a working class elderly woman who exudes sweetness. I guess I might as well talk to her, since she's the only one who's willing to talk to me, and that's only because I woke her up. Lord British, on the other hand, you can't wake that guy up. So, we are in Britain. This person's name is Nana. Okay. And job is Royal Nursery. Wonderful children. Okay. Ask about the royal nursery. There have been a great number of babies born in Britannia. In recent years, Lord British has established this nursery. It is nice that the noblemen and noble women have this luxury so that they may attend to their daily duties. So basically, nobody in Britain is raising their own kids. Well, no rich people are raising their own kids. I feed them, change their diapers, read aloud all the books you see lying around. Luckily, I have Sherry to help me. Sherry? Sherry's a special mouse who has lived in this castle for many, many years. Yeah, like 200 years. Where's Sherry? She recites stories for the children. But yes, Sherry! She's back. Sherry confirmed. Okay, ask about the books. The British brought them from his homeland. They are very foreign to us here in Britannia, but the children enjoy them just the same. Ask about luxury. I suppose it really is a luxury. The poorer people in Britannia certainly do not have such a service for caring for their children. The rich do have an advantage. You detect a hint of bitterness in her voice. Well, ask about the children. They are lovely, are they not? Every day they seem to learn more and more. Most of the time, they are a joy. Nana whispers to you conspiratorially. And other times, I could happily throw them out with the bathwater. Great. Do not mean to complain about... I do not mean to complain by any means. I do my work. But contrary to the thinking of many of the noblemen women, a class structure exists in Britannia more than ever before. Taxes are unbearable. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, as the saying goes. I'll write that down. Class structure exists in Britannia more than ever before. The rich get richer. The poor get poorer. And taxes are unbearable. Feels like it's going to be relevant. So, ask about the class structure. Well, look around. There are rich men who live in opulent castles. Right outside are the poor people who live in hovels. Do you know how there are winged gargoyles and wingless gargoyles? Well, it seems the human race is getting to be just as divided. There's no unity in the land anymore. It is why I have joined the Fellowship. There is no unity. That is not how you spell unity. In this land anymore. That's why I joined the Fellowship. Um... Well, everyone seems to join the fellowship around here. Ask about the taxes. Britannian Tax Council drains us all dry, especially the lower and middle classes. Okay. Ask about the fellowship. Fellowship is a society of spiritual seekers who strive to reach the highest levels of human potential and share this philosophy freely with all people. Blah 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 blah. We already heard this. Bye. What? Child, why are you awake? This is a cute toddler holding a baby doll. Your name is... Christy? I guess? Your job is... Christy looks confused. Sing. Horsey. Rosa. Winner. Sing? Christy's more than happy to do so. She's proud of her song, although she didn't quite get it right. Horsey. I love Horsey. She rocks hard on the rocking horse. Rosa. Christy hugs her baby doll tight. Rosa. Winner. I am a winner, she proclaims proudly. Bye, toddler. Oh, that's Christy again. Seems that toddler is running loose. It's fine. Not my problem. I mean, who knows? Maybe Christy knows him. Christy! Stop following me around! Hi, Christy exclaims. Could you go back to bed, Christy? But where's Christy running off to now? Into Lord British... Be gone, fool! Well, that's a nice way to greet me. You see your old friend, Lord British, looking a bit older than when you last saw him. His eyes gleam at the sight of you, right after he told you to... leave. Welcome, my friend, he says, embracing you. Please, leave. No, please tell me what brings you to Britannia. More importantly, what brought you here. Okay. So... yeah. I mean, I get that I woke him up, but like... no excuse to be rude. So... I'll have plenty to ask about. So... I mean, true. So, let's ask about his name. Lord British laughs. What? Are you joking, Avatar? Do you not recognize your old friend? You were the one telling me to get out, so... Oh, I don't recognize you. What's your job? Lord British rolls his eyes. Must we go through this formality? He laughs, shaking his head. Very well. As you know, I'm sovereign of Britannia and have been for some time now. A couple 100 years. Even though I came from your homeland, I have chosen to live my life here. So, ask about Britannia. The state of the land could not be more prosperous. Do you realise that you have been away for 200 Britannian years? Lord British wags a finger at you. I'm certain that your friends have rued thine absence. It's a shame you stayed away for so long, but I am so very happy to see Britannia is prosperous and abundant. Look around you. Explore the newly refurbished castle. Travel the land. Peace is prominent in all quarters. Sure it is. Except for the murder. Yeah. Britannia has never been better. Well, almost never. Almost never? Well, things are indeed fine. It is the people I'm concerned about. There's something wrong in Britannia, but I do not know what it is. Something hanging over the heads of the Britannian people. Let's write that down. There is something wrong in Britannia. Something hanging over the heads of Britannian people. Okay. They are unhappy. You can see it in their eyes. There is nothing that is unifying the population since there has been peace for so long. Right. They are unhappy. Nothing is unifying them during peace. Perhaps you could determine what is happening, implore you to go out amongst the people, watch them in their daily tasks, speak with them, work with them, break bread with them. Perhaps they need someone like the Avatar to take an interest in their lives. Perhaps they need someone like their ruler to take interest in their lives. He's just sending me out to do his dirty work. Everyone seems so unhappy while I sit on my throne and renovate my castle. Yes, it's been redecorated since your last visit. The architects and workers did a splendid job. The ruler leans towards you with a sour look on his face. The only wall in the entire complex is that damn nursery. Hello, how you doing today? The other raid was about 25 minutes ago. So. Ask about the nursery. I will not go near the place. The kings and... Oh, kings and dirty diapers do not mix. That's the... Uh, yes, that's Fred. He, basically, I've been playing a lot of games on this channel, and, he's based on a skeleton in, I think it was a maze in, what's it called? Seventh Guest or 11th Hour? Whatever the other one was. Yeah. Either that game or the sequel. I think it was the first game. Either way, there was a maze. There was a skeleton in that maze. The skeleton did not have hair. But, we kept on getting stuck in that maze, and, that skeleton ended up being called Fred, and I drew a portrait of him with hair. I spent too much time in that maze. So, either way, apparently, kings don't deal with offspring. So, yes, exactly. It's one of those. The Great Council talked me into implementing the nursery after several of my staff started having families. Although it was probably a necessity, I shall pretend it doesn't exist. Okay. Well, good thing he doesn't have a family, because... So... Like, imagine starting a family and then going, oh, why would I take care of my own offspring? You. And don't mind that. That is my phone telling me off because I haven't taken my medication yet. Please hold. I keep forgetting. It happens. Alright. On we go. And telling my phone to calm down. So, let's see. I'll ask about the magic? Something is awry. Magic has not been working for the longest time. I even have trouble creating food with magic. Yeah, everything's prosperous, but everything's also falling apart. Magic has not been working for the longest time. Or, according to my spelling, the lognest time. Okay. Anything else? Must be something to do with the magic ether. Something to do with the magic ether. Okay. There are those who say that magic is dying, what with the trouble with the moon gates and the situation with Nestor. Okay. Some are saying magic is dying. And there have been issues with the moon gates. And the situation with Nistel, whoever that is. Yeah. Beginning to suspect they might be right. Lord British studies you for a moment. Perhaps magic will work much better for you. You have not been in Britannia long. It's possible that whatever has affected magic has not made its mark upon you yet. Please try it. A spellbook is stored with the rest of your equipment. Okay. A spellbook is stored with your equipment. Maybe magic will still work for you. Okay. Well, I'd say the obvious right answer would be to instead go for Klingon lessons. Because, well, why learn a language that people in a different country might speak if you could also just, like, rewatch all of Star Trek and learn what the Klingons are saying? It doesn't require going outside. So, yeah, you could also learn Gargoyle, but Klingon seems more fun, I guess. Learning Gargoyle just seems like learning a new alphabet. Yeah, exactly. So, let's ask about Nistel. Try talking to him. Okay. Ask about... the Orb of Moons? Mine has not worked since the troubles with the magic began. In fact, none of the moon gates have been working reliably for quite a while. Did you bring your Orb of the Moons? I don't know. Did I? I don't know. Did I bring it? I feel like I should know, but... Yes? No? Yes? Really? Where is it? Do you have it with you? Oh, do you not have it with you? You might be stranded in Britannia. Here, why not try mine? I shall let you borrow it. Perhaps it will work for you. Be careful though, the moon gates have become dangerous. Okay. I'll keep making notes on what he's saying. So, Lord British. The moon gates stopped working. Along with the magic. Be careful with the Orb of Moons. Moon gates have become dangerous. Okay. Ask about the Red Moon Gate. You relate the story of how a Red Moon Gate appeared behind your house and mysteriously took you to Trinsic. Lord British brow creases as you speak. Finally he says, I did not send the Red Moon Gate to fetch you. Someone or something must have activated that Moon Gate. Someone or something must have activated the Red Moon Gate. That brought you here. Okay. Yes. Notes. So many notes. Like, I have notes from all the Ultima games, I think, in here. At least most of them. Maybe at the start I didn't really take that many notes. But, yeah. Like, I've got, like, notes in here about, like, who I can, recruit in one of the previous ones. Stuff about only being able to win with exotic arms. Which I believe was, well, one of the first 3 games? Anyway. Stuff about, like, the different spells. So, yeah. Many, many, many notes. Yeah, there's more stuff. Oh, this is, like, notes from playing Wasteland. So, yeah. Lots of notes. Like, on this notepad, like, it's supposed to be 80 pages. So, these are the pages I filled up. Still got these, so. Far from my first notebook that I've used for taking notes for the stream. But it's my most organised one. Even though some of the pages are kind of falling out. Anyway. But yeah. Strange indeed, because we have been having a bit of trouble with moongates as of late. In fact, we have been having trouble with magic in general. Yeah, he already mentioned that. So, now I've not played Dungeon Master. Don't really know much about it. But I think I've heard the name before. Alright, let's ask about the homeland. Now, I know that it has been many a year since I visited our Earth. But surely you do remember that the two of us haul from the same time and place. Never heard the word haul used in that context, but maybe I misread it. And as brothers in origin, you should also remember that you can ask me for aid at any time you might require it. Okay. ask about the moon gates. Moon gates are not functioning. We cannot use them as we have in the past. Hail? Hall? Ah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, hail from the same place. So. Not only are they dysfunctional, they are in fact dangerous. One of my trusted sages used my own Orb of the Moons to travel to the Shrine of Humility, and his body did shatter upon entering the gate. If only that mage in Cove hadn't gone mad. What? Oh. What about Cove? Surely you remember Cove. It's a very pleasant town to the east of Britannia. Quite relaxing. What about them? The ruler leans forward and speaks quietly. There's a mad mage in Cove by the name of Rudium. Do you remember him? Rudium was working with a magical substance called Blackrock. Okay. Yeah, I think... Was it in Cove? It was Ultima 5 that one of the council members, former council members, was a mage who had kind of gone mad, I think. Something like that. Rhodium. A mage in Cove. Was working with a magical substance called Black Rock. Okay. Before he went mad, he claimed this mineral could solve the problem of the moon gates. Thanks for follow. Before he went mad, he claimed this mineral could solve the problem. The problem of the moon gates. Okay. Suggest you should go to Cove and find him. Try to learn what it was he was doing with this black rock material. It could be our only hope. Okay. I'll just add find him to my notes. And ask more about Rhodium. He was a brilliant and respected mage, but something happened to him in recent years. He seemed to go completely senile. Okay. Ask about friends. I mean, Yolo, Shamino, and Dupre, of course. Yeah, we kind of abandoned the other ones. So, no, I have not played this game before. I'm playing through the entire franchise, well, the numbered games, not the Underworld games. So, playing through the entire Ultima franchise, from Ultima 1 probably through to Ultima 9. And, yeah. I only just started the game today, so... Well, I don't know. I've been hearing a lot about the later Ultima games. So I'm leaving my future self the possibility of maybe abandoning Ultima 8 or 9, depending on how things go. If any of them become completely unplayable to me, yeah. But I do want to play all of them. But, like, if I just can't get through the game, well, but not unplayable. Good. In that case, I'll get through them. So... ask about YOLO, who's standing right next to me. I've seen our friend Riley over the years. I understand he has been spending most of his time intrinsic. Hello, YOLO. How are you? I'm well, my liege. It's good to see you. Okay, ask about... Shamino? That rascal doesn't come around very often, though I understand he spends most of his time in Britain these days. And... Dupre? Not seen him since I iced him. Typical. I do the man a favour and he disappears. I heard he might be in Gelon. Yeah, I heard that too. Well, I mean, I'll probably try to play the game in the version that's on GOG. And if it seems unplayable for whatever reason, like, I've been playing through Daggerfall, the DOS version of Daggerfall. So, I've been playing Daggerfall every Thursday. So, I know about game-breaking glitches and games needing patches. So. But I do try to, like, not, like, overly, like, patch or modify games because, well, I just want them to be playable. I don't need, like, quality of life improvement type stuff that's added through some patches sometimes. So, ask about the equipment. Welcome to any of my equipment. I keep it in a locked storeroom here in the castle. You find the key in my study. You are welcome. To any of my equipment. It is in a locked storeroom. The key is in my study. Okay. Okay. Alright. Yeah, as I was saying, like, I'm fine with, well, usually the GOG version is properly patched, but not always. Like, for some games, there are still kind of game-breaking glitches. Like, for Daggerfall, the GOG version wasn't patched enough for my playthrough to actually work. Ended up having issues with, like DOS running out of memory, and the game just crashing after, I think, the first, like, 3 or 4 streams of me playing the game. So, yeah. I had to switch to a more patched version. But now it's working. Anyway. So, ask about the spellbook. Spellbook stored away with the rest of the equipment. Ask about the storeroom. Sure you can find it. The ruler smiles slyly. Consider it something of a game. Great. Well, fair enough. Sounds like a fun way to deal with the game crashing a lot. Ask about the study. Western end of the castle. Ask about aid. Don't forget that I have the power to heal you. Still. That one bit of magic still seems to work for me. Convenient. Could probably provide you with some equipment and a spellbook. Equipment. Welcome to my equipment. Yeah. Ask about Gelom. Rather violent place, by all accounts. I've not had the pleasure to visit in quite a while. Trenzek. Not been down there for many years. Has something happened there? A murder? A murder in Trenzek. The ruler looks concerned. I've heard nothing about it. Are you investigating it? Yes. Very good. It pleases me that you are concerned about my people. The king pauses a moment. Now that you mention it, I have had reports of other similar murders in the past few months. In fact, there was one here in Britain 3 or 4 years ago. The body was mutilated in a ritualistic fashion. Apparently, there is a maddened killer on the loose, but I've no doubt that someone such as you can find him. Great. So, those other murders that happened in the last few months, you're not going to tell me about where and how? No? Okay. Yeah, he's not been doing anything about it. He's keeping track of them. Twiddling his thumbs, renovating his castle some more. Getting annoyed that he can't magically create food. Don't recall the details. You should ask Patterson, the town mayor. Avoiding nurseries, yes. Especially dirty diapers. He needs to dodge all of those. Ask Patterson. The town mayor about the murder in Britain. I feel like you could probably create like a satirical mini game of what Lord British has been doing in the meantime. Like, you know, kind of like Temple Run, but like with all the things he's been avoiding and doing. So, like collecting wealth, avoiding dirty diapers. No, he probably never leaves. Like, he said he hasn't been anywhere for years. Whenever I bring up a place, he goes, yeah, haven't been there in ages. So. Ask about the killer. That's only an assumption on my part, but that's all we have had to work with. Unless you've already uncovered some useful information. Well, in the previous game he liked Sherry, but now she's apparently helping with the toddlers, so now he probably hates Sherry. So, ask about the crown jewel. I'm afraid I cannot possibly know of every ship that comes through our ports. You should check with Clint, the shipwright, if you have not done so. Okay. Ask Clint, the shipwright, about the crown jewel. Ask about the hook. Man with the hook. The king rubs his chin. Now, I do not recall ever meeting a man with a hook. Probably because they didn't come to the castle to introduce themselves, but... So... Ask about the Fellowship. They are an extremely useful and productive group of citizens. Sure they are. You should most certainly visit the Fellowship headquarters here in Britain and speak with Batlin. You should speak with Batlin at the Fellowship headquarters. The Fellowship has done many good deeds throughout Britannia, including feeding the poor, educating and helping those in need, and promoting general goodwill and peace. Ah. So Lord British has been taxing them to the extent where, people are starving. And this organization has popped up to feed those starving people. And for some reason, they just happen to be taking over, and everyone seems to be joining the Fellowship. Huh. Can't ask him about the taxes, though. So... ask about Batlin. He's a druid who began the Fellowship about 20 years ago. He's highly intelligent and a warm and gentle human being. Sure he is. Ask about the headquarters. Yes, it's not far from the castle, southwest from here. It is just south of the theatre. It is southwest. Of the castle. South of the theatre. Alright. Think... Oh, the rumble. The British looks at you gravely. Foundation of Britannia was shaken with the rising of an island. This event was no random disaster, it was one of sorcerous intent. Okay. There was an earthquake. And an island rose. This was No random disaster. It was sorceress. Of sorceress. Intent. Okay. Asked by the island? Yes, I felt a great disturbance in the ether when this island arose from the sea. The island is none other than the Isle of Fire, where you defeated the Hellspawn Exodus. The island is the Isle of Fire, where you defeated Exodus. Ask about the Isle of Fire. You should know that when I created the Shrines of the Virtues, I also set upon this island 3 great shrines, dedicated to the principles of truth, love, and courage. They reside within the walls of the Castle of Fire. The Shrines of Truth, Love, and Courage are in the Castle of Fire. I never revealed this to you before, as I thought them forever lost when the Isle of Fire mysteriously sank beneath the waves. The shrines are meant for the use of an avatar only, and therefore a talisman will be necessary to use one. The shrines are meant to be used by the avatar only. You will need a talisman. The talismans are guarded by tests that you should have no problem passing if you wish to seek their counsel. What was it, like? Behind, like, a test. You should have no issues passing. And you can use my ship. It now sits upon the southern shore of Vespa and is called the Golden Ankh. On the southern shore of Vespa, and is named Golden Ankh. Feel free to use it for as long as you need it. He hands you the deed to the ship. Nice. I've also focused magical crystal on the entrance of the Castle of Fire, which I refurbished after your battle with Exodus. I have focused a magical crystal on the entrance of the castle. Here, take it. Perhaps it will give you some insight. Be warned. It's not stable, might be prone to shatter the nearer you find yourself to the location. It is not stable and might shatter the nearer you get to the castle. He gives you the crystal. Okay. Ask about Exodus. Your battle with that strange mixture of machine and spirit is now legendary. Do be careful if you're going to the Isle. The remains of that being now reside in one of the chambers of the Castle of Fire. Okay. The remains of Exodus are in the castle. Okay. Hey. That's like a whole page of notes just for what Lord British told me. Like, it's this entire section and this entire page up until here. That's all just Lord British. Well, can't say he didn't tell me about, like, stuff I'm supposed to be doing. So, yes, I will say goodbye to him. Do come back soon. He can finally go to bed. Have fun with the infant I let in. Well, toddler, not infant, but still. There, I closed the door. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I've been taking so many notes. My hands are feeling very tired. It is now close to an entire A4 page, but both sides of, like, an A4 page of notes. Because, yeah. Lots of notes. So, yeah. I have not been writing that many notes for a while. So, I will give my hand a rest. So, like, something I've had since, like, going to school is, I have, like, a callus on my finger. You can sometimes see it, from holding, like, pens and stuff. I still have the callus, but, like, sometimes my hand still gets tired if I'm writing more than I usually do, so. But yeah. Some people have calluses from, like, I don't know, using keyboards. I just have it from writing. So, yeah. So, let's actually save. Yep, mine has decreased a bit over the years, but not much, because I do still like taking notes and stuff, so. I just like paper. I also use a graphic tablet where I also use a pen, so. Yeah. Anyway. Let's switch back over here. And I will properly exit the game there. So, let's see who we're going to raid. In the meantime, you can admire the social links in chat. Twitter and Mastodon are where I post my weekly schedules, and the YouTube VOD channel is where you can watch my entire playthrough of Ultima 1, Ultima 2, Ultima 3, Ultima 4, Ultima 5, Ultima 6. So if you want some content to watch for the next couple of weeks, you can check over there. And also a bunch of other games. Too many to list. So, who do we want to raid? I think we might actually go and raid Tom, because it has been a minute since I last raided him, I think. And he's apparently playing Journeyman Project Pegasus Prime, which I have heard of the game. I think I've seen it on GOG. Have not played it, but I am curious. So we'll head over there. And yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys tomorrow with more Daggerfall. Bye!